can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Spanish Poker Festival, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. This is day 2. Who have we got at our table? In seat 1, we have Martin Scharfetter, 2, Lakshmi, 3, Flavian Varga. Seat 4, we have Nussnacker. Seat 6, we have Oxymiron. We have Shraga Rubel in seat 7, Javier Ruble in seat 8, and Roberto Mascaro in seat number 9. I am your host for this evening. My name is Dan Rankin. I'm delighted to be back once again with you to bring you all the coverage. We're just waiting for the action to get underway, and I hope you're as excited as I am. Yet another festival live from the King's Resort. This is day 2. We see our stack sizes, a few players over the million mark. I do believe the blinds are 15,000 and 30,000 when we get the action underway, with a 30k big blind ante. Good afternoon to all of you. I hope you are all keeping well. On the last day of July, the summer is nearly over now. The action is just getting underway here. Hope you're all keeping well. Now we can see the big blinds at the table. Our short stack, Flavian Varga, with 4 big blinds, and Javier also with 4 big blinds. Our chip leader with 60 big blinds, Oxymiron. We've got a few stacks in that 17 to 40 big blind range. This was a €250 buy-in. We've got some workable stacks in the middle of the pack. The overwhelming chip leader at the table is Oxymiron. And then only 2 of our players under that 10 big blinds, but actually under 5 big blinds. So under a lot of pressure now, Javier. We will get you, it was €300,000 guaranteed in this event. It looks like the action is underway. We've got a fan favorite. Someone said hashtag Team Javier. And of course, we will be giving away more World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets worth €10,350. And to all our listeners and viewers, if you're on the King's Resort website, www.kingsresort.com, you can find out all the information about our upcoming events. We also have a store. If you want to shop for merchandise, you use the code STREAM10. That's the code STREAM10, and you get 10% off all your purchases so you can dress like a king. Meanwhile, back to the action. Rubel, the Israeli, raising with ace-10 offsuit to 85k from a stack of 1.2 million from early position. Javier Rubel. Probably going to move the last of his readies in here with pocket sixes. And we will have an all-in and a call, I would imagine, our first hand of the day. You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, there is 97 players remaining from a field size of 1,409 players. And I do believe we will play down to 24 players tonight, so plenty of action to come. Always non-stop action here at the King's Resort in Rozvadov. I will be bringing you all the action tonight and when we crown a champion tomorrow. So stay tuned. It's all kicking off. We have Flavian Varga all in for his last 100k. Rubel all in, or it's called the all in with ace-10 offsuit, and Javier is also all in with pocket sixes, so plenty of action here on our first hand of the day. Flop is Jack, Jack-9, and that is a great flop for Flavian Varga. 82% favourite to take down this hand, eliminate Javier. Double up to about 15 big blinds, 435k in the pot. And he does hit a full house on the river, will eliminate a player. And gets a nice, sexy triple up for himself on the first hand of this evening. Hope you're all enjoying your bank holiday. If you are wondering what the chip counts are, those orange chips are 5,000. Those green ones you see are 25,000, and the white chips are the biggest denomination we have at the moment. They are 100k chips. The average stack you can see is 741,000. Just under 25 big blinds is the average. Oxymiron under the gun here with pocket eights. The Snowmen raising to 65k. And a nice hand for Roberto Mascaro. Ace king of clubs from the hijack, and will be putting in a large raise, basically just committing himself. Virtual all in. And Lakshmi with ace-10 offsuit on the button won't be able to do much, I don't think, with a raise to 65k and a 3-bet that's basically an all-in for 500,000, give or take. 550k, somewhere around that region, just under the 20 big blind mark. A big enough decision here. He's raised under the gun with pocket eights, but this is a very large 3-bet, basically committing himself for, as I just aforementioned, about 550k. So it is a good, healthy chunk for Oxymiron to pay out here off his 1.7 million stack. I do believe we will see a fold. It is a very close spot, but it is for a lot of your chips, unless he feels like gambling. It is pocket eights. If he had a lesser pair, I could see him fold this quicker, and any stronger pair, I feel like he has to call. So eights is right on the border, and he does make the call. He will still have over 40 big blinds if he loses, or in or around. So I don't blame Oxymiron. We're seeing action from the get-go here today, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Mascaro with the ace king of clubs. Oxymiron with the 2 eights. The classic coin flip. The 8 slightly ahead, 52%. The flop is Jack 9-5. Great flop for Oxymiron. No spade contained in Roberto Mascaro's hand. He is going to need help here with just a 14%, and the turn he's going to have less than 10% going to the river. He needs an ace or a king or he will be eliminated. And it becomes an 8, and Oxymiron hitting a set on the river will eliminate Roberto Mascaro and add a nice considerable chunk of change to his stack. Very unfortunate there for the ace king of clubs, but you got to win your flips in this game, and that time it was unfortunate for him. Already 2 eliminations in 2 hands here. Field size down to 92, nearly 10 players busting the first couple of hands of this coverage. Ace queen here in the cutoff for the German. Black Schmei. And you were wondering about the payouts. First prize will take the Spanish Poker Festival main event title for 46,500 euro. And the top 4 finishers will also receive a 10,350 euro World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Javier is going to be in big trouble here. Running on fumes, putting the last of his biscuits in the middle here with ace-7 offsuit, dominated by the ace-queen offsuit. The flop is king-10-9. No help to Javier. The turn is the king of spades, and that is no good either. Will need a 7, and he doesn't get it, and he will be eliminated in that 92nd place. All players remaining will now receive 528 euro. thank you for updating the payouts on the Twitch stream. If you are just tuning in, my name is Dan Rankin. I am your commentator and host for the remainder of this tournament. We'll play down to the end of tonight, and then we will crown a champion tomorrow. Lots of action to come if you're just tuning in. Meanwhile, back to the action. Martin under the gun, +1. King, Jack of clubs will be opening this one. Will raise to 85k. Oxymiron in the big blind, 55k to call with King 9 offsuit. Getting decent enough price here to see a flop with his King 9 offsuit. Paying a stack of 2.4 million, but it is close to 3 times the big blind, so he does elect to let this one go. Players talking away. Always great to see the camaraderie and the friendliness in Rozvadov. It's not something you get at every poker table these days, and friendly, comfortable environment is great for the players. It's also great for the viewers. The average stack now 800k. There are 88 players remaining from a starting field of 1,409. Average stack getting close-ish to 30 big blinds, maybe 26, 27 big blinds. And our new player at the table here, the Swiss, Mano Dietrichs with 10, 9 of diamonds. All in for his last 375k. That will get Rubel to fold a dominating hand in the King 9 of clubs, playing a stack of 1 million. He did not want to risk about 40% of his stack there, and that's a nice pickup for Beatrix, getting his opponent to fold a stronger hand, showing the power that the all-in player can have. We have another new player, Poker Sam, playing a stack of 740k. Martin with the raise with his King 8 of Hearts to 75k. Going all around to the small blind of Rubel. Who is going to 3-bet this one with his pocket trees to 215k. There was a Spaniard at our table just moments ago, but Javier was eliminated. He did not have a large stack. He was very short and could not get the job done for a double up, so therefore he is our only Spaniard that we had at the table, has been eliminated. You can see the nationalities there and the chip stacks on the graphic in front of you. Oxymiron moving up to nearly 80 big blinds, playing a stack of 2.3 million, and the short stack now on our table is still over 10 big blinds, so a lot of play at this table here as things are certainly getting heated up from the get-go here. Lots of action in the first few hands at the Spanish Poker Festival, the King's Resort live in Rozvadov. But I suspect we will be seeing more Spaniards before this is all said and done, so stay tuned. 84 players now remaining. The average stack is just a little over 800k. The big blind is still 30k. And the coverage has just started. We were only on hand number 7. Martin raising. Quite light from Martin here with ace-5 offsuit under the gun with 25 big blinds. Martin will take that down from his under the gun raise with ace-5 offsuit. Nice pick up there for Martin. Lines and antes will go his way, and we'll move on to our next hand. Hand number 8. Round to Manol. Beatrix will let the 6-7 of diamonds go. Hijack will follow suit around to Raga, Rebel, King 8 off suit, will go into the muck. Poker Sam with Queen 7 of clubs in the small blind, playing a little over 22 big blinds. Will raise to 2.5 times the big blind to 75k. Now Martin just having to commit 45k more, but decides to let it go. Stefano April, King 10 off suit and a cut-off, playing just under 800k, will raise to 65k. Martin with an offsuit ace at the small blind will let that go. Big blind will muck his Jack 6 offsuit, I would assume. However, it is only 35k more for him to call. No snacker under the gun with King 10 of diamonds. Good hand to open, and he'll open to 65k. No Beatrix, Ace 9 of diamonds under the gun +1. We'll probably have to let this one go. The raise coming from under the gun. Had it been folded to him, he might have made a move, but just no snacker showing such strength under the gun will get him to fold his Ace 9 of diamonds. Now Shraga with Ace 8 off suit, eyeing up his opponent. Ace-9 offsuit here. Lakshmi. We'll let that go. Varga with the Jack-Deuce offsuit in the big blind. There's 35k more to call, but not a hand you really want to be getting involved with, to say the least. So an update of the chip counts once more. Only one of our players under 10 big blinds now, Flavian Varga. Oxymiron out in front with 78 big blinds, 2.3 million. A lot of stacks grouped in that 25 to 35 big blind range. Lakshmi, 42 big blinds. Ace Queen offsuit for Stefano April. A little under 30 big blinds with 860k. We'll raise to 65k. Lakshmi, pocket eights on the button. So he could just call and see a flop. He might elect to re-raise also, try to find the hand a little more, get the blinds to fold their weaker holdings, go heads up, or just get a fold from April now. Calling is the safe option, and he does decide to do just that. Call from Nussnacker in the big blind with ace deuce of hearts, and we will see a flop three ways. The flop is 9, 6, 3, 2 clubs. Lakshmi with the best of it here with his 2 8s. Nussnacker checks. Does Stefano want to c-bet or check his option? Goes check it over to the button. Lakshmi. Good chance to bet his hand here. Deny his opponents of equity. Also get value from a straight draw, a flush draw, or maybe an exact hand like Stefano has. Ace Queen, Ace Jack, Ace 10, that kind of range. Also can get value from Nusnacker if he had a hand as weak as a 3 or a 6, even maybe a hand like 4s or 5s. Although he might have elected to jam that pre-flop with a raise and a call and all that dead money in the middle. Lakshmi does make a bet of 95k, and I like this sizing. That will get Nusnacker out of the way. Stefano does decide to fold. Pocket eights will take it down. 78 players remaining now from a starting field of size of 1,409 players. Just astonishing numbers once again in King's Resort in Rozvadov. If you haven't been to this place and you are a serious poker player, you need to get this resort on your calendar. This place will not disappoint. Great structures, great events, something for everyone. All the amenities you could ever want and more. Everything is just top notch. Top of the pops quality. Lakshmi in the cutoff here. I don't know what he is thinking with 9-4 of clubs, but was considering a raise, it looked like, but decides against it. Flavian Varga, meanwhile, on the button. Nice hand to move all in with just 2 players to get past and pick up the blinds and antes. He will move all in for his last 255k. No Beatrix. A good hand to call with here against an all-in of this size. Problem is he's playing a very similar stack size himself, and it would be for nearly all of his chips. Well over half his stack. Just a little bit over half his stack, but he would be remained with less than about 200,000 if he called and lost. His hand in the Queen Jack offsuit plays very well to this all-in. But at this stage of the tournament. He doesn't want to risk over half his stack with Queen Jack offsuit. Will let it go, and Flavian Varga will take the blinds and antes. Much needed. That is fantastic work, Apocalypse UK. That is a lot of writing in 1 week. I was not expecting 100 pages or more to be done in that time frame since we last spoke. That's quite impressive. We must have got in the zone. That still seems like you reached a milestone. But good work, sir, especially in the summer. It can be very hard to get things done. Hello to our new viewers. My name is Dan Rankin. I will be your commentator and host for this Spanish Poker Festival. 76 players remaining now, as Shraga raises with pocket deuces to 70k from under the gun. I've just overheard the dealer. The blinds are up. Small blind 20,000, big blind 40,000, with a big blind running ante of 40,000. The average stack is fast approaching 1 million. Once again, in and around 25 big blinds. $100k up for grabs between those blinds and antes every hand. Oxymiron getting frisky here with the 5-3 offsuit and the small blind, raising to 110k. Straga with Jack 7 off suit in the big blind. Would need about 70k more to call. Round to the button with Oxymiron with an ace 6 off suit.
Race 100,000.
And Straga, Jack 9, diamonds in the small blind. Decides to let that go. Perhaps a little tight from Straga, but a difficult spot to play Jack 9 with diamonds from. Could elect to just call, of course. Could also have 3-bet. Instead, it's Stefano who defends with the Jack 6 of clubs. Flop is King 8, 8, 2 hearts. Paired board, so the ace high is still good for Oxymiron. Not much going on for Stefano apart from some backdoors. Very small bet of 55k. That's going to get the attention of Stefano, who will raise to 140k. Not believing Oxymiron with such a small bet. And this will look strong enough to Oxymiron because Priel only has 515k remaining. We will see a turn. Over 500,000 in the middle now. 540k in this pot. Quite an awkward situation for Stefano now, only playing pot behind. Stefano does indeed check.
6 bet, 135.
Oxymiron with a really small bet here once more. With this time 135k, 140k. This will get Stefano to fold. He's done with his bluff. I like that he wasn't willing to give up on the flop to such a small bet and decided to raise. Oxymiron not believing, loading the flop and making a small bet to take it away from his opponent on the turn. So nice play there by Oxymiron. Even though he did have the best hand, a lot of players would be done with that hand once they had been check raised. A nice play by both players, really. I don't know if Stefano can or should continue with a bluff with Jack 6 of clubs on that turn. It would be quite ambitious. With just pot behind, he would have to bet all in or maybe small. Making the stack sizes really awkward there. And Oxymiron just betting small. See what Stefano would do. Takes down that pot of 540k, and we will move on to the next hand, hand 16 of the Spanish Poker Festival. Main event, €250 buy-in. 73 players remaining now from a field of 1,409, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov.
5 pass. 6 pass. 7 pass. 8 raise all in.
Stefano all in from the small blind with Queen 7 of spades.
Now 100% I raise. No smoking. I want to smoke. Yeah. After the party. The button. Go in the button. Okay. Put one cheap.
2 pass. 3 pass, 4 pass.
Folded around to the hijack from Oxymiron. Miron. Pocket jacks. Paying a stack of 2.7 million now.
Thank you very much.
6 raise, $100.
Good raise to 100k. Draga calling in the cutoff with deuces. Up is 956 Rainbow.
Six bet 150.
That bet of 150k I would expect to get through, but Shraga not believing this and calling with pocket deuces on 965. This is risky from the deuces. And the turn is a deuce. Oh my god. He must have had telekinesis there or something. Calling with the 3 overcards on the flop. Slamming the turn with a deuce to give him the lead. This could be trouble for the jacks because he moves all in and gets quickly called, and this is disgusting. This is disgusting for Oxymiron. He will need a jack only, or he's going to lose a huge chunky pot of 2.4 million. Prague is set to win this huge 60 big blind pot. And the river is a 7. Oxymiron is not a happy bunny. He will lose half his stack there, pretty much, give or take. I will put him back down to 1.5 million. He was approaching 3 million before that hand. 2.7, 2.8. That is a huge shift in momentum for Shraga. And he will now be our chip leader at the table, playing a stack of almost 60 big blinds, 2.4 million. The Israeli winning that huge pot, slamming the turn with a deuce. Oxymiron now still playing nearly 40 big blinds, and our short stack is Flavian Vargas still with about 8 big blinds. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Lots more action coming from this Spanish Poker Festival. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Lakshmi, third in chips here with 35 big blinds, and then we've got 4 of our players at the table between 10 and 20 big blinds. 2 players underneath the 10 big blind mark, Beatrix and Varga, playing very similar stacks.
Себя, не для нас, не пофиг. Закрой это тему для будущего. Я выливаю здесь. Ничего не можешь поменять. Все, закончили. Ситуацию уже закончили. Каждый раз.
Beatrix here with the 2 ladies from early position. Playing under 10 big blinds. Probably just going to move all in with this one, and he does. Look at this, Martin with the pocket nines and playing a stack of under 1 million. The all in for 375k is surely going to get action here for the two ladies. An excellent opportunity for Beatrix to double up here to close to 1 million. Is 375k all in, and Martin will lose over half his stack unless a 9 pops off, or for some straight or flush opportunities also. As you can see, just underneath the pocket nines, he only has a 22% chance to win this hand. Lakshmi will get out of the way. We have an all-in and a call. It's Beatrix way out in front with the two ladies against Martin's pocket nines. Flop is 7-4-4, no help. Bar, runner, club. Turn, another deuce, but this time no one is holding the deuces. So it is a 9 and a 9 only. Martin will lose a huge pot and Beatrix will double up, adding 455k to his stack. Right pot for him. Gets him back in the swing of things and back into contention, certainly. Playing near the average stack now, just from one double up. Round to the hijack for Stefano April, paying just under 15 big blinds, 590k with ace-5 offsuit. We'll let that one go. He's moving all in with King 4 offsuit for 360k. Lakshmi in the small blind with 9-8 of clubs will fold. Just the big blind to get rid of here for Martin. Varga decides this is his spot to gamble with 8-7 of hearts. And you can see on the graphics here, this is almost a flip because the 8-7 suit connectors, strong enough hand, especially to go against a hand like a King 4 offsuit. 52-48 here, and it's Martin who's not at risk, but it is very close. All in for 290k from Flavian, all in for Martin for 360k. The flop is ace, jack, deuce, 1 heart. Not a great start for Flavian. He will need some backdoor straight cards, flush cards, pair outs also. 17% chance for him to win. Before, good for Martin. Oh, but it is a 7 on the river. 7 on the river. Seals the deal for Flavian. Sit back down, sir. You're not going anywhere. takes down that pot, 640k. Martin, unlucky there, will be left with a couple of big blinds. That is about it. Hello, Dark Angel. I hope you are well. So much action here in the first 20 hands that I am calling live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. The average stack is almost at 1 million now. There is 71 remaining from a starting field size of 1,409. You are watching the Spanish Poker Festival main event. €250 buy-in, a €300,000 guarantee. The small blind is currently 20k, the big blind is 40k with a running 40k big blind ante. Some theatrical music in the background to set the mood. Round to Flavian Varga. King Jack off suit in the small blind. Does he want to just call or go all in? Perhaps raise, although I think calling or jamming are probably his best options. Jamming and taking down the 100k in the middle is totally fine at this stage. Flop is ace-8-7. Flavian still with the best of it, with Nuttsnacker just 10-3 off suit. The flop will go check, check. The turn is the 4 of hearts. Flavian's king high still in the lead. Nuttsnacker will get that through on the turn with a small bet. Flavian just pretty much instantly mucking his king jack. We are running a special promo just for the stream viewers. Use that code STREAM10 to get 10% off your order at the King's shop so you can dress like a king. Find out all the information about this at the www.kingsresort.com website. Shraga out in the lead with almost 60 big blinds. Martin running on absolute fumes here with one big blind. A lot of our players in between that 15 to 35-ish big blind mark. Drago with ace-9 offsuit. Raise to 110k from Shraga. That will get Martin to flick in his last 2 big blinds with king-queen offsuit. Good spot for him here. Got to get the money in. This is interesting. No snacker has the same hand. That would be a good spot for him to put the pressure back on Shraga. He might have got the job done, but he does decide to fold. Martin will be not getting a fair fight with 2 of his outs already in the muck. It's Martin that will need a good bit of help here. 29% beside his name, or he will be our 70th place finisher. All players now guaranteed €699. Flop is ace, jack, 7. Very good flop for Shraga. Martin needing a 10 and a 10 only. The turn is a 4 of diamonds. Martin are going to be all but out of here. 6 of diamonds, no help. Lakshmi, pocket 10s in the hijack, stack of 1.3 million. Little over 33, 34 big blinds. Raised to 90k. Beatrix eyeing up his options from the small blind will let the ace 4 offsuit go. Now Oxymiron in the big blind with ace 10 of hearts. This could be trouble for Oxy. Just calls the additional 50k. And look at this, the case 10 coming out of the flop here. 10, 4 deuce, 1 heart. Oh my god, the turn, the ace. After the flop going check, check, this is disaster for Oxy. Surely we are going to see a lot of money go in here. Just a bet of 65k, very small from Lakshmi. Oxy surely has got to be loving life here. Top 2 on the board. Little does he know his opponent has absolutely crushed here with a set. That is the raise I expected to from Oxy. So he's raised very small to 205. Not that small in relation to Lakshmi's bet. Actually, not that small of a raise, really. Good sizing, 140k more for Lakshmi to call. If you're Lakshmi, you just call here and then hope our opponent bluffs into us on the river. If he did have a hand like clubs or a straight draw, maybe some random hand. And no way, Oxy just checks it over to his opponent on the river here, even though he has 2 pair. Now, if I'm Lakshmi, I want to get paid here, and I want to get paid a lot. I would like to bet in the region of about 400 to 420,000. About 2/3 pot is what I'm looking for here. I want to get called by an ace for sure. I don't really want to be going much smaller. Anywhere in the region of about 350 is fine. Okay, 290. It's a little small, but it's not that small of a sizing because we have the deck crushed with a set. Oxy done well to not lose more chips there. And if the flop had been bet like it's supposed to, a lot of the time we see all the money going in the middle there by the river, especially on that turn card. But as it stands, Lakshmi takes down a nice pot, and Oxy does very well to not lose all of his stack. Drago will get a walk there. Take down the blinds and antes with his king 7 of spades.
Я так играл, что вкус еще приехал. Ничего, ну это двойки, это вот это. Да, конечно. Закрой эту тему себе.
$62 now remaining, an average stack of 1.13 million. About 33 big blinds. Round to Flavian, pocket 10s. Raising to 125k. $85k more for Stefano April to call in the big blind with Jack 7 of clubs, but he will let it go. Here the dealer once more. The blinds are up again. 25,000 now for the small blind, 50,000 now for the big blind, with a running big blind ante of 50,000. Nice pick up here for Nussnacker from early position with ace king offsuit. 10 big blinds, will be moving them all in the middle.
Then you have German. Then you have German. That's true. You live not in Spain, you live in Germany.
The ace-9 offsuit will get out of the way. That will get the job done. Nussnacker will take the blinds and antes. Ace Queen offsuit for Lakshmi. Raised to 115k. Raga mucking the ace-6 offsuit, the cutoff. And our new player, Manuel Kurz, mucks the jack-deuce. The ace-queen offsuit will pick up the blinds and antes, and we will move on to the next hand. Raga will open the hijack with Queen Jack offsuit to 120k. Manuel Kurz in the small blind with Ace King spades. He's not messing around here, that's for sure. Going all in for 1.4 million. Lakshmi in the big blind with Ace Jack offsuit. Difficult spot here, but with a raise and an all in for that amount, I think we just need to get out of the way. It is for 75% of our chips, and if you're wrong, you're losing 1.4 million. You're left with 10 big blinds yourself, 10 or 12 big blinds. So it does get out of the way. Draga just saving face here. Will eventually muck his hand. Manuel Kerr's on the button with Queen 9 of Hearts. Raise minimum to 100k. Lakshmi in the small blind with Queen 10 of clubs. All three options are available here for Lakshmi. He could just call in the small blind, 3-bet or fold. I like that he is calling, wants to see a flop. The price, good for him, just having to put in 75k more. Flavian cannot even call 50k more with that kind of a hand. Manuel Kerr's is dominated, but he does have position. It is a queen high flop. Queen 7-4, 2 spades. Lakshmi will lead into his opponent for 125k. Lakshmi will raise, or Manuel Kerr's will raise to 400k here. If you're sitting there, top pair, 10 kicker, are you willing to play for it all now? I think our hand is too strong to just fold on this flop, and leading into our opponent for this sizing out of position will look relatively weak to Manuel. Lakshmi does decide to fold the best hand, and this is the problem leading into our opponent. For a small sizing, they can read it as weakness and raise, and that is what's happened here. However, it is a situation that if we just call on the flop, we are out of position. The pot is nearly $1 million on the turn, and there's a good chance if we call on the flop, we are going to have to call it off on the turn or the river. So he does decide to take the cautious route and let it go on the flop to the raise to 400k. Hold around to the hijack. Ace 8 offsuit for Poker Sam. Lets it go. Manuel Kurz just calling in the cutoff at 7-5 of clubs. Flavian will complete for 25k more, and Nussnacker most likely check his option here with 10-6 offsuit, and we will see a flop three ways. Unless... No. Does check, as you would expect. Three-way action here. The flop is Queen, 4, Deuce, 2 hearts. Not much here for anyone. Checked over to Manuel. I'd like to see Manuel bet here. Does decide to check back. Turn is the 6, and that will give Manuel an open ender. It gives Flavian and Nussnacker a good shot straight draw. Oh, sorry, it gives them both a pair of 6s. But is Flavian to bet 75k? There's a call from Nussnacker and Manuel Kurz, so the river is the 9 of hearts. Someone had hearts, it's now completed. Some 2 pairs completed. A lot of the straight draws have bricked. Check from Flavian. Quick bet from Nussnacker. 200k. Putting in about half his stack here, leaving himself with just 5 big blinds behind. Manuel is going to get out of the way, and I believe we will see Flavian find a call here, although it is quite scary. There are 2 overcards, 2 are pair of 6s now. The flush draw has got there on the river, so this is a difficult call for Flavian. Just a pair of 6s with a king kicker. He is getting good odds, however, getting nearly over 3 to 1 on his money. That's incredible. Flavian gets out of the way with the better hand. I don't blame him for folding there. Nussnacker taking down that pot somehow. I'm not sure if he was viewing that as a bluff or a value bet. But either way, it gets the job done. Shraga still our chip leader here with 48 big blinds. Flavian Varga is now our short stack with the same stack as Stefano April. Very closely followed by Poker Sam, all in that 10 to 9 big blind range. We have 4 of our stacks in that 15 to 35 big blind range ish. So they're grouped together in packs: 36 and 35, 17 and 17, 14 and 10, and 9 and 9. And the chip leader, as I just mentioned, Shraga, out in front with 48 big blinds. Plenty more action to come here live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Our winner of this Spanish Poker Festival main event will take home €46,500. And first, second, third and fourth will all take home €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Back to the action, however. Oxy picking up the Space Cowboys. Under the gun, Pocket Kings paying 880k, min raise to 105.
7 pass. 8 pass. 9 pass. 1 pass. 2 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass.
Minot, Beatrix in the big blind, 10-7 of clubs, just 55k more to call. Let that one go. You just see on your screen there for all of our viewers and streamers on the Twitch channel, use the code STREAM10 on the website www.kingsresort.com. Go and get yourself some merchandise. Use the code STREAM10, get 10% off your order, and so you can dress like a king. Round to Stefano April, playing just under 10 big blinds. 55 players remaining now. Stefano moving the last of his biscuits into the middle. All in for 485k.
1 pass. 2 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass. 400.
Round to the small blind for Beatrix with ace-6 offsuit. Don't think this is going to be strong enough to do anything here. Round to Lakshmi with Queen 9 of diamonds. Sides to fold. Around to Flavian Varga in the hijack with Ace Jack of hearts. He will min raise to 100k. I was surprised to not see a shove here from Flavian Varga. Nussnacker with the same hand in the cutoff. Will just call. Raga, just 50k more to call with Jack 9 offsuit and the big blind will complete. We'll see a flop three ways. Raga dominated by Flavian and Nussnacker here. It is Jack 10, 7, 2 diamonds. This is Shraga that has led into his two opponents here for 250k. That is going to get Flavian to just move all in for 375k. Very difficult spot here for Nussnacker now. But I feel like top pair, top kicker might just be too strong to fold to this pressure. You are going to be up against a lot of draws and weaker jacks. But it is by no means easy here because if you are wrong, you are gone. Does just move all in. And it's now 490k more to eliminate two players for Shraga. But he has to know he's behind considerably with this action behind him. With a pair, top pair and a straight draw, he might feel like gambling here. He can afford it. He does have 2 million. It would still leave him with 1.5 million if he was wrong. There is already 1.7 million in the pot. So he's getting about 3.5 to 1 on his money. And you can see he has 28% to win the hand. So he is technically getting the right price to draw here by a couple of percent. But he does decide to let it go. And that is a good fold. The two boys probably happy to see that they have the same hand. All that dead money in the middle from Shraga. Runner runner hard for Flavian would eliminate Nusnacker, or would double up. Would eliminate Flavian. Nusnacker. But the chances are it's just going to be a split pot here. Oh, the 9 on the turn. Shraga not happy to see this. He would have eliminated 2 players. But hindsight is no good in this game. He folded. The 2 boys will chop up the pot and we will move on to the next hand. He had an 8 and a 9 working for him. The 9 coming on the turn and river. Poker Sam now our short stack with 10 big blinds. Shraga still our chip leader with 40. And everything in between, sandwiched between them 2 stacks. 12, 12, 13, 17, 21, 35 and 36. So an array of different stack sizes. Shraga the leader, but not by much. The top 3 fighting it out, only between 5 big blinds. The 3 players. Lakshmi with ace-4 of spades. Does he want to get involved?
To raise 115.
Will raise to 115k. Beatrix will get out of the way. Oxy on the button with ace-8 of diamonds. We will raise all in for 880k. Oxy will take that one down. Not the greatest of levels for him. That horrific hand earlier with the pocket jacks. Raise from Lakshmi with ace jack off suit and nutsnacker. Pocket queens to 2 ladies.
Four raise. 425. 425.
The 3-bet 425k.
5 pass. 6 pass. 7 pass. 8 pass.
We'll get everyone out of the way. Be back to the Lakshmi. Difficult spot here for Lakshmi, but I believe a 3-bet to 425k will get the job done here with the 2 ladies. Lakshmi will fold. And I believe we will have a break coming up. Just over 50 players remaining. The action has been fast, thick and heavy so far. Don't go anywhere. Plenty of more action to come here. Be back in about 15 minutes or so. Stay tuned for more action. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Spanish Poker Festival Day 2, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. We're waiting for action to get back underway. The small blind will be 30,000, the big blind will be 60,000 with a 60,000 running ante. Traga is still our chip leader here, playing a stack of 33 big blinds with 2 million, and our short stack is Poker Sam with 6 big blinds. We've got a lot of those stacks in between that 10 to 30 big blind mark. Only 2 of our players are under 10 big blinds, and it's a fight for the chip lead. Lakshmi with 25 big blinds, Manuel Kurz with 30, but out in the lead is Traga with 33 big blinds. We've got 3 stacks in or around 25 big blinds, then 21, then 19, so very close with those 3 stacks also. There's been non-stop action in the first 2 hours of this show. My name is Dan Rankin. I will be your host and commentator for the remainder of this tournament. 300,000 guaranteed in a starting field of over 1,400 players, 50 remaining. They will be playing for that first prize tomorrow of €46,500. Appreciate all of you in the comments dropping in on a bank holiday Sunday, the very end of July. We will play down to, I believe, 24 players tonight, and then we will get restarted around 2 p.m., half 2, 2:30, when we will crown yet another champion live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov, and top 4 players will also receive a World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket worth €10,350. It is all to play for here. Get the action back underway. Beatrix with the big slick from early position. Playing just 10 big blinds. That will be folded around. He will pick up the blinds and antes. Very useful at this late stage. Picking up 150k, so adding 25% to his stack just by taking down the blinds and antes. Crucial to take, obviously, with a hand as strong as Ace-King we want to call, but crucial to be at the very least taking down the blinds and antes with these hands. The average stack is 1.4 million, 49 players remaining from a starting field of 1,409 players. Just staggering numbers. And to be fair, they have been dropping like flies since we got coverage underway 35 hands ago. All players guaranteed just under €1,000 now, €964. Sorry, €827. This was a €250 buy-in, a guarantee of €300,000. Meanwhile, Poker Sam has moved all in from the button with ace-3. And that will get Lashimi to fold ace-deuce offsuit in the big blind. And if you are just tuning in, we are running a special promo just for the stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10 to get 10% off your order at the King's shop. You can dress like a king. You get further details about that at www.kingsresort.com. Go to the shop, get yourself some merchandise. Meanwhile, Lakshmi calling in the small blind here with ace-deuce offsuit. Flavian Varga will check his option and we will see a flop, which is Queen Jack 7 2 clubs. Top pair here for Flavian, not much for Lakshmi. Does have the ace of clubs with the backdoor and the ace high. Will bet 75k. I would assume Flavian will be just playing for all the biscuits here. Does make that quick shove for 570k. For 500k more for Lakshmi, he will let that go. Oxy min raising to 120k here from under the gun +1 with King Queen offsuit. Paying 1 million behind, so just under 20 big blinds to start the hand. 45 players now remaining. We will play down to 24 players tonight. call from the cutoff with the King Jack offsuit. Dominated by the King Queen offsuit. Manuel having position, of course, but it is Flavian who will go all in and steal this one. Going all in with Ace Jack offsuit for 825k. Not so much a steal, a necessary all in. But this would be a huge pickup for him. Adding nearly 400k to his stack by just taking this down pre-flop, and I don't think Manuel has got the minerals or a hand strong enough to call this one. Flavian takes down that juicy 360k. You can see he's adding nearly 33% to his stack. Which is just essential at this late stage. Hello, Jay Wiz. Jay Wiz, hello. Good to see you back again, my friend. Hope you are well. Just heard the news that the English won the Euros. The ladies. How did your trip to Nottingham go? Was it you that was saying you were going to play in Nottingham? It's just till dawn this weekend, if I remember correctly. If not, it was someone else. I apologise. No snacker with the 10-3 offsuit in the small blind. Will walk Beatrix. Stefano with the decision from early position with Ace-7 offsuit. Decides now is the time. We'll move all in for his last 485k. Bit of a decision here for Manuel, although the all-in has got to look strong from that position. Does make the fold. Now Beatrix in the small blind with a very strong hand with ace 10 of hearts. This would be for over 2/3 of his stack. I hope you're enjoying your drinks, Johan Visello. I would like to see Beatrix come to the conclusion that his hand is probably just a bit too strong here, but the all-in has come from early position, so there's a lot to consider here, considering it is for such a large portion of his stack. But with 42 remaining here, one would think ace 10 of hearts is just a bit too good, especially when it is for less than 10 big blinds. 8 big blinds total. But he does lay the ace 10 of hearts down. The shy baby don't get any sweets, and he's going to fold there. He won't be happy, but he did lay it down. Pressure is mounting out there with 42 players remaining. You really want to make it into tomorrow, the last 24. But you've got to take risks in this game. You've got to take your flips. You've got to take situations where you can be in commanding lead. And the blinds don't exactly go down in these tournaments, they only go up. We need to take our chances. Got to gamble to win.
I'm sure you have somebody on the stream who can tell you in half an hour. desperate you want to have a steak with me if you make it 24.
Oxymiron will take that one down. Hope you're all enjoying your drinks. Best I can do from this side of the pond is a rock shandy. As we get an update of the chip counts, Poker Sam is our short stack here with 8 big blinds. Traga still in the lead with 31 big blinds.
That's all I'm saying.
And a lot of those stacks, 25, 21, 19, 19, 17, kind of grouped together. Beatrix just over 10 big blinds, playing a stack of 12 big blinds. It's Kurz, Manuel Kurz, who's on Straga's heels. Just 6 big blinds behind the chip leader.
The big blind probably for sure.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But it doesn't change.
No matter what it is.
Three call. 4 pass.
So hand number 42. Flavian limping from early position with the ace-deuce offsuit. And Stefano April will get to see a free flop with his queen-8 of hearts.
It's up to the flop. Check.
Ace, ace, jack is the flop. 2 spades, 1 heart. Great flop for Flavian. Stefano, not much going on besides backdoors.
All of a sudden you have the ace.
Small bet from Flavian will take this one down.
Smaller I call probably. I said.
Thank you for that update, Giannis and Tito. People were wondering about how many Spanish were left in. The only Spanish we have seen since the start of play at this table was eliminated in the first couple of hands. His name was Javier. We've yet to see another one, but I've been told that the chip leader of this tournament is a Spanish-Chinese guy called Kevin with about 5 million, so that is certainly interesting to note. I'm sure there's some other Spaniards left in this field also. I would be shocked if there wasn't, especially considering there was 1,409 players and it is the Spanish Poker Festival. Yeah, we don't take kindly to spoilers around here. I haven't had the opportunity to watch last night's UFC, but I spoiled myself earlier just because I didn't think I could get through the whole stream without someone texting me or me seeing on the internet, so I just watched some clips. I would like to know more about Brock Lesnar tipping over the ring with a tractor. Sounds entertaining to say the least. Flavian Meanwhile, raising to 125k from early position with ace 4 of hearts. Beatrix in the hijack with king jack offsuit. Had a candidate to shove there, but the raise coming from early position off a stack of just over 20 big blinds. The king jack goes in the middle. Oxy folding the king queen offsuit also. Oh, sorry, he's called. The graphics were a little bit shaky there for a moment. The Oxy is called in the cutoff. Wants to see a flop with the king queen offsuit. Could shove there, but elects to call. I don't mind it. I'm not the biggest fan of wrestling. I'm more of an MMA enthusiast. But I would have watched a lot of wrestling when I was younger. But if you try to ever take my chip stack at a table, you might have to just wrestle them away from you. Wrestle all the chips from your fingers. And it is Poker Sam in the big blind here with just 65k to call to see a flop 3 ways. There is a lot of money in the middle, and he is seizing this opportunity to put in the last of his money, which is 475k. So little, just shy of 8 big blinds. And we have an all in the call. It's Flavian Varga with the ace 4 of hearts, Poker Sam with the king jack off suit. So it's Poker Sam who is all in and behind, but the flop is 10 deuce deuce. That is not a good flop for him. He's got some back doors. He would be needing a king, a jack, or some straight cards. The turn is a 7, and that's really bad news for Poker Sam. Flavian just 1 card away from eliminating a player, winning a pot of 1.2 million, and he does. The river is the 8 of hearts. No good for the king jack offsuit. Flavian Varga takes down that pot, adds a nice amount to his stack, and we are down to 40 players.
Oh, you look so happy, man.
Now, Lakshmi, under the gun, 1.3 million. King Queen offsuit. Average stack now approaching 1.8 million. You will raise to 120k. Flavian will make a very loose call here with ace 3 offsuit, and I don't like this. There's a raise from under the gun. from Lakshmi off that 1.2, 1.3 million stack. And just not a good hand for us to call with here. We are playing nearly just over 2 million, so it does feel like he can afford it. But with that many players behind us, oftentimes we are just going to be putting that 120k out there and not seeing any more action with our hand. So therefore, our hand is just putting dead money in the pot. Beatrix has gone all in for 755k, and this is exactly what I was talking about. That 120k with the ace-3 offsuit is just dead money. Draga obviously not getting involved with the 5-deuce offsuit. It will be back to Lakshmi, and I don't think he can do much for this amount more when he is only playing 1.2 million himself. It is a strong hand, King Queen, but he will be noticing that Flavian's call from under the gun +1 should indicate a lot of strength here, so therefore his King Queen offsuit will go in the muck here, I think. Flavian can obviously not call with the ace-3 offsuit. This is a good, sizable, chunky pot for Beatrix. Now, Lakshmi is getting a good price, but relative hand strength from under the gun here, Beatrix has to look really strong. Shoving all in over an under the gun raise and an under the gun one call. Therefore, our hand, King Queen, is just no longer that good. That goes in the muck. Flavian concedes his 120k, and Beatrix will take all that extra change, adding 360k to his stack there with his ace-jack of diamonds. Nice play by him. I would not have even been surprised to see him fold a hand as strong as ace-jack of diamonds there from an under the gun open and an under the gun one call, especially when they're playing and hovering around that 20 to 25 big blind stack. It's going to look very strong. He has decided that ace-jack of diamonds is just too good. He puts it in the middle with the last of his biscuits, adds nearly a third to his stack, and will be very happy with that result. Moving on to the next hand, hand 45. Flavian Varga under the gun with ace-9 offsuit. 37 players remaining now as we play down to the final 24 coming back tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. I do believe. I'm not surprised to see Vince has gone from the WWE. That man must be about 80. Meanwhile, back to the action. Flavian has limped this one also under ace-9 offsuit, and Manuel Kurz in the small blind playing 1.4 million will be certainly bumping it up with his two ladies. And he has just decided to move all in, everything over the line. And I think this is a bit overkill from our pocket queens. We want action, we want people to have the opportunity to play with lesser holdings than pocket queens, the two ladies. So therefore, I think this is just way too much for Manuel Kurz to be shoving all in with just a limp under the gun. I know at this late stage we don't want to be taking much risk, but with a hand as strong as two ladies, we need to give our opponents an opportunity to see flops, to come over the top. The other side of this is Lakshmi will be thinking that his ace-jack is going to be good here a lot of the time, because Manuel Kurz should not be shoving a hand as strong as queens. But this is also for Lakshmi's tournament, so I think he will have to put the ace-jack off in the muck. Flavian will have to muck his ace-9, and Manuel will win a very small pot when, in hindsight, if he could get to see a flop and his opponent flops a 9 or a jack, obviously you don't want to see an ace out there. But that is how you get the stacks. You need to let your opponent catch up, or try give them the opportunity to bluff you or something along those lines. Just shoving all in for this amount is just mostly, nearly all the time actually, just going to take the blinds and antes, and that is not what we want to do with a premium as strong as pocket queens. He's all out, Vince. We won't be seeing any more of Vince McMahon in the WWE, is what I'm hearing from the chat box. I'm sure at this stage that man can sail away into the sunset. He has Conor McGregor money at this stage, I would imagine. And see, this is what happens. Lakshmi able to get away from his ace-jack now. Had Kurz just raised, Lakshmi most likely would have went over the top, or at the very least called and seen a flop. So he shot himself in the foot there. He's won the blinds and antes, but he could have just played it a different way and tried to extract more value. But as it stands, he will take down the pot and we will move on to the next hand. Okay, well, we could let him keep the 3 billion and we can take the 0.2 and we can start our own company. We call the company Sail Away into the sunset. Chat you after, Pat Rafter. I will see you on the other side. Beatrix most likely still tilted after that hand with the jacks earlier. That was the most disgusting turn on 9-6-5, and the guy pinged a deuce. Or Oxy, sorry. My apologies, Beatrix, not that player I was thinking about. I was staring at Oxy. Meanwhile, Beatrix is the one that has opened. That is a raise to 180k, I believe, not 120k. That gets Oxy to fold Jack 10 of spades. "36 players remaining now. And that means there is a small pay jump for the next player out, because all players now guaranteed €964, but the next pay jump, 28 to 35, will all receive €1,114. There's 12 players remaining before they bag up chips before the end of the day, so this is going to start playing in all of their decision making. Decision fatigue will set in. They've been playing all day yesterday, they're playing all day today. They know how close they are to this final table, the title, the World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. All these things and factors will be playing in these players' heads. They know what's at stake, but first they want to make sure they bag up chips coming back tomorrow. You come back with a new perspective, a fresh night's sleep if you're lucky. Maybe hit the gym, eat something nice in the morning, feel good about yourself, do some meditation, bit of yoga, whatever is clever, Trevor. Okay, so this was raised to 120k, but what's happened here, he said raise, but it's going to be a click, because he's put in 180k, so it's just going to be 60k more for Beatrix to call here with ace 10 of clubs. I do believe this is a misclick. Of course, he said raise, so therefore he has to raise the minimum, which would be 60k. That's a bit of an error there, but it happens exactly when I just talked about players and the decision fatigue. The very next thing we see is someone making a decision by saying raise by an accident. Clearly fatigue setting in. You can only play as good as you played in your last hand. You're only as good as your last hand. Every hand is different. Every thought in every different hand is different. It might seem obvious, but it is very important to note how many different factors are involved when you are only 12 players away from bagging up chips coming back for day 3. A lot of these players won't have even got scores like this before, let alone playing for €46,500. This was only a €250 buy-in, so the magnitude of these moments are just amplified by every single hand, blind and ante, that's out there for the taking. That is why we love this game, ladies and gentlemen. Always non-stop action coming from the King's Resort. That is where we are, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. 36 remaining. Raga under the gun +2 with pocket sevens, playing a stack of 1.8 million, so just 30 big blinds for Straga now. I am not sure if he is still the chip leader. We will see when the graphics comes up, when the chip counts are updated. That's a huge raise. That's 4 times the big blind. 240k from Straga. But look at this. What a time to be alive for Lakshmi. The Rockets, pocket aces. Blinds are up Yes. Lines are now going to be 40 and 80,000. Or they are so he's raised to 3 times the big blind. I have not got that updated on my screen yet, but thank you for that, sir. On the ball as usual, Johan. It makes it easier for Lakshmi to get in his last million with aces. The problem is sevens is not playing too great, but look at this Nusnacker picking up pocket jacks in the big blind. This is just sick. Unless he can find some way of getting away from this, Nusnacker is going to get the bad news and needs serious help against the pocket rockets. But if Shraga was going to get out of the way a minute ago, he's definitely 100% getting out of the way if there's an all-in from the jacks. This is an absolute setup indeed. But this is not necessarily a fist pump shove for Nusnacker. That is a 3x raise from under the gun and an all-in for $1 million. We have seen some really tight folds as we got closer to final tables in the previous streams over the last month or two that I've commentated on. I wouldn't be shocked to see jacks go in the middle here or be folded. My intuition was right today. I was leaning towards him folding. It really seemed that way. It is a remarkable fold in an absolute incredible situation to just say, you know what, I'm not risking it here with jacks. It's paid off this time. His opponent has the pocket rockets. And this surely has to get Shraga to fold for 800k more. 785k more to be precise. We have to think about how strong this has to look. So Shraga opening to 3 times the big blind with pocket sevens. Lakshmi jamming all in for $1 million from the button. Like Shraga can't be loving this at all. Like his hand surely is not going to play that well. Lakshmi knowing that Shraga is loose, so therefore he would have to be tighter shoving into Shraga. But I don't know if Shraga knows that or if Shraga cares about that. But you can see in front of your screen, this is for half his stack. And we've had 2 more eliminations, so just 34 remaining now. 10 players away from bagging up chips. Do you want to risk it here with sevens? I predict a fold, but it is very close. Sometimes people want to gamble with these pairs, putting our opponents on a hand like ace-king or ace-queen. He has to know that the big blind folded something pretty good, maybe containing a blocker of Lakshmi's. I do believe he will deliberate for a moment more and make the disciplined laydown, but this is King's Casino and nothing shocks me with regards to calling all ins and folding. And he does. He's made the call. He will get terrible news. This is an amazing moment for Lakshmi. And the jacks must be over the moon. So it's Shraga needing a 7. Lakshmi way out. Oh my god, it's a 7 in the window. 10, 8, 7, and that is putting the aces in dire shape. Just 11%, needing an ace and an ace only, maybe running straight cards. The turn is a 10, and that's going to all but do it on 10% for the aces. An ace and an ace only. That is huge for Shraga. Flop. Turning a set earlier with his pocket deuces. Flopping a set here at the pocket sevens. This guy is running hardcore. That is very disgusting, and I really feel for Lakshmi there. What an interesting hand. The ace is going all in over a 3x raise. The jacks finding a fold, and then the pocket sevens calling it off. I don't really mind the call from Shraga if he had more chips, but it was for such a considerable amount of his stack. You can see we have a new player, Giesbers, the Dutchman, 54 big blinds, 4.4 million. Shraga with 38 big blinds now. The rest of our table with 21 big blinds or less. Stefano with 6. You see 21, 18, 17, 12 and 11. Yes, that is correct. If it had come 10-10 there, aces would have won. It would have been sick almost, but maybe justifiable considering we had the pocket rockets. We love drama here at the King's Resort in Rozvadov. There's always a surprise around the next corner in these events. So it's Giesbers raising to 160k. I would expect this Dutchman, our new player at the table, playing a stack of over 4.2 million, to be quite aggressive as we play down to the last 24. You can see we are less than 10 people away from that number. Jack 6 deuce, giving Manuel the toppest of pairs with a 10 kicker. Not much for Giesbers in this. The turn coming the 5 of clubs. Nearly $1 million in this pot now. That will be a check fold from our new player at the table. Glad you are enjoying the stream tonight. It's always good, but it seems to be extra action-packed so far over the last 50 hands. We started with 97 players just 3 hours ago, including that short break. Maybe a little bit longer, in or around. I'm not a mathematician. And we are already down to 32 players. So look at how many bust outs that is. It's crazy. That is an important piece of information, that there is no longer any caps on the main events anymore. If you were with me last weekend, you would know from the German poker days, we played until 10 to 8 in the morning until we had a winner. Oxymoron, yeah, I did see that he had some results at Kings. I wasn't aware that he'd actually won this event in 2018, so thank you for that piece of information. Meanwhile, Giesbers with the space, Cowboys. Field size now, 32 players remaining. There's 8 eliminations away from day 3. Raised to 160k, round to Nussnacker in the cutoff. Oxymoron seems to be one of the fan favourites, especially if he's won this event before. That experience is so valuable in these events, or any event. Just knowing how to navigate your way through the fields and get all them pay jumps, put the pressure on people, like make those moves, make the good folds, make the good calls. Put yourself in that pole position to get lucky to take these things down. And having done it before, just oozing with confidence. All of these factors add up in a serious way when you're down to the last few tables in the same event a few years later. Oh, I've got the joke. That's a very clever joke now. That's the joke of the day, Apocalypse. From one comedian to another, I tip my hat to you, sir.
Looking good so far with the walk. Keep it coming, guys. It's my birthday as well. That's not. 6-3 in the mark. Quick, quick. Go. Give me some of your birthday magic, please.
Fano getting a much needed walk with 7-3 offsuit. So nice to get your blinds back and your antes just by getting a walk when you're playing less than 10 big blinds, when you've got one of the worst hands in the deck.
It's will beat them, but you can impress.
Maybe it's your friend and my girl. You know, this is the lunch.
This is what? What is it?
This is the lunch.
Call the floor.
Hold the floor and you see the card. And you have to push. Check it to push. Maybe it's your friend and my girl. Maybe. But I call for honestly.
Flavian paying a stack of 1.7 million now from under the gun +1 will raise the pocket sevens. Yes, there is loads of action coming in August, September, and of course October from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. One of those things that I'm excited about is the Party Poker Championship, which is the middle of August. It's the 8th, the 15th.
You're back at 180, you know? You spoil it for everybody.
Then you've got
Especially for me.
some other championships on as well. And then you've got the World Series of Poker Circuit event, 21st of September to October the 11th. And then right on the heels of that is the actual World Series of Poker Europe series. And that will run all the way in to the middle of November. So non-stop action. And that is going to draw in some of the biggest names in the sport from all over the world, especially Europe, I would imagine.
Logically, first you have to be 28 and then you have to be 24.
You think we should 28 first and then we down to 24?
Maybe, but
If I have to ask, I phone. To ask, I phone.
why?
I don't want to give you my chip to you.
Ah, okay. All faces. But you can't do it from this. To take my chips.
No, I don't want. It's enough for me.
It's your birthday. You have good run. Too much luck.
I have time, I relax.
Drink one champagne.
Salute.
Round to Oxy with 7-6 of hearts and the hijack, paying a stack of 695k now. Probably good enough to shove this one, and he does. And quite a posture going on from Shraga here. The Israeli just tanking for a moment with his 4 high. This will be an insta call from Manuel Kurz with the big slickens. Ace King offsuit against Oxy's 6-7 of hearts. You can see this is nearly a coin flip.
I have to push it. I have.
The flop is King, Queen, 6. A small piece of it for Oxy. Manuel way out in front with top pair. 82% favourite now. The turn is an 8 of spades. Drawing Oxy closer to the door. Just 12% chance now. The river is the 9 of spades, and that is going to eliminate Oxy in 31st place. Manuel picking up those chips, and we are down to 30 players left. 6 players before the end of the day. I do believe 97 places got paid. MYKK win. That is when we started the coverage. If you are just tuning in, I remember you from last week. Nice to see you back, sir. Giesvers are chip leader with 50 big blinds. Stefano April, 6 big blinds. And you see 35 big blinds, 33 big blinds, 23 big blinds. And then 2 of our other stacks have under 20 big blinds, but more than 10. All players are guaranteed €1,114. Was a €250 buy-in. So for buy-ins, they are guaranteed with 30 remaining. Of course, they all want that first prize of €46,500. The additional value of €10,350 for that World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Dot. Shraga with King Queen offsuit and the hijack, playing a stack of 2.9 million. He has raised to 265k, it looks like. That'll get Flavian to fold. Raga, an ace-10 off suit. 29 remaining now, 5 players away from day 3. He is raised to 195k with ace-10 off suit from under the gun +1. Stack of just over 3 million. Look at this Nussnacker picking up the 2 ladies here in the big blind. Playing a stack of 1 million and change. Moving it all in. He will give this some posturing before folding, I do believe. After getting those chips with the pocket 7s against the pocket rockets, I wouldn't imagine he wants to lose 865k easily here. Does fold. Dietrich's just stalling here. I can't imagine he's going to call with Jack 3 off suit. Stefano will take the blinds and antes. Stefano with ace 9 suited from under the gun here. Playing a stack of 685k. The average stack now 2.4 million. There's 5 remaining for the end of the day. He has moved all in. Draga with ace 3 of hearts, 605k to call. Bit much from under the gun. Shove. Recalling in the big blind. The payouts are just astonishing for a €250 buy-in, and also with those tickets added. Where else would you see it? Not many places, I tell you. Especially in Europe. No, we are showing the payouts with regards to how many people are left. It's just easier than showing all the rest of the prizes down to the number of people that got paid. Just for convenience sake. As you can see in the top right hand corner of the screen, there was a starting field of 1,409 players, 29 remain. We'll play it down to the last 24 tonight, and we will conclude and crown a champion tomorrow. I will be back until the job is done. I am your commentator and host for this Spanish Poker Festival main event. My name is Dan Rankin. Raga has moved all in from the small blind with King 8 off suit. And Stefano, he has pretty much a must call here. If he could only see that he is dominating his opponent, he would have snapped already. He just can't fold a hand as strong as Ace 8 off suit here. Especially to Shraga. This shows the power of the big stack. And just put as much pressure as he wants on the big blind, and that makes it even more of a call here. It's all well and good to say that, but when you are down there in that seat, knowing how close you are to day 3 and bigger money jumps, a final table, the chance at this title, it is not as easy as you would think. Your brain tells you a different story and makes you want to give up hands like Ace-8 in the big blind, and he has folded and he's shown it, and that's rubbing salt in the wound big time there. He seems to be brushing it off and smiling relatively quickly, but I would be tilted out of my brain had I folded that and seen how much I was ahead. An update of the chip counts here. April after that fold is our short stack with 725k. Giesber's out in front with 40 big blinds, paying a stack of 4 million. We've got Strago with 28 big blinds, Kurse with 26, Varga with 16, Nussnacker with 13 blinds, and Beatrix with 10. The blinds are up. The blinds are now 50,000 small blind, 100,000 big blind with a running 100k ante. Flavian calling. We've seen him limp a few times today. This time limping with ace-5 offsuit from under the gun +1. And this is a good opportunity for Stefano to put his remaining 7 big blinds in the middle with ace-9 offsuit. And look at this, Giesber's picking up jacks. He will just move all in, or call at the very least. I presume he's just going to move all in. Asking for a count. Just 28 players remaining now, so this is why we give ourselves the opportunity to double up with ace-8 offsuit instead of... Granted, he was getting it in good against ace-5, not that Flavian can call. But Giesber is now moving all in with the 2 jacks. The Jeffries. This is just a nightmare spot for Stefano now. One of his outs in the muck already, 25%. 75% of the time he will be eliminated and become our 28th place finisher. Needs some help, some running 9s, some running straight, flush cards, or an ace.
Good luck to me.
Good luck, my friend. Good luck.
Flop is 4-4 deuce. No help at all to Stefano. Really needing an ace now. Some running hearts. Oh my god, he's pinged it. He's pinged an ace on the turn. And that is so lucky. An ace in the muck. Only 2 aces remaining. Giesber's now needing a jack, or this man will double up, and he does. That is not good for Giesber's. Stefano surviving, doubling up all the way to 1.7 million now. 1 foot out the door until that turn card sparked an ace for the chap.
Wieder, I'm in the game now. Since I arrived here, I was never in the game. 6 blinds, 8 blinds, 5 blinds, 6 blinds, 7 blinds. The 15 blinds have been in the game then.
What's it?
The average stack now 2.7 million, 26 remaining, so just 2 more players. Or the day is over, unless I am mistaken, but I do believe we play down to 24. Giesbers in a small blind, 9-6 of diamonds, playing a stack of just over 3 million. How does he want to play this one? Not sure who is in the big blind. Oh, it is Kurz, of course. He's playing a stack of 2.5 million, so he has limped, and Kurz has checked his options, so we will see a flop. Flop is ace, 3, deuce. There are 3s for Kurz, not much in it for Giesbers. And a bet of 100k from Giesbers and a call. The turn is a 6, putting Giesbers in the lead now. I wouldn't be surprised to see him bet again. Not really going to be putting your opponent on an ace much when he checks back into big blind. We can get our opponent to call again with a 3, a deuce, a straight draw. But as played, he gets his opponent to fold the pair of 3s, which is interesting. Round to Manuel with King 9 of spades here in the small blind.
One raise 250,000.
Raising to 2.5 times the big blind to 250k. Flavian with a really nice hand with Queen 9 of hearts in the big blind. Great opportunity to see a flop, but does elect to fold.
One raise 225. Free pass.
A raise. Manuel with his 10-6 of hearts and a call from King Deuce off in the big blind. We will see the flop is Ace, Ace, Queen. No snacker with the best hand. Playing a stack of 1 million behind. But not much going on from there, and he's going to have to let it go. Manuel will take that one down with 10 high.
Oh my god, how did he know that? My god.
Was not the best flop to get chips, right? It was not the best flop for me to get chips.
Main event. 10k main event.
Seven pass. Eight pass.
Giesber's in the hijack here with Ace 10 off suit.
Nine raise 200,000. One pass.
Will raise to 200k.
Free pass. Four pass.
Not sure what Beatrix is thinking here. Don't see him defending with 9-5 offsuit, even if it is only for 100k more. Playing a stack of only 845k behind, he will let it go.
Eight pass. 9 pass. 1 pass.
Roll it around to Flavian with ace king offsuit in the cutoff. Playing 13 big blinds. You want to just jam all in or raise?
275.
Decides to raise to 275k. Beatrix with queen jack offsuit in the small blind. Playing just about 8 big blinds, but when there's a raise to that size, you're only playing that amount behind with no real fold equity. I believe he will just put this in the muck unless he wants to gamble. And with 26 players remaining, I don't think he is going to. I do believe he will err on the side of caution here. That will get Straga out the way. Flavian will take the blinds and antes. Move his stack up over 1.5 million. Manual Kurs, early position, pocket fives, playing a stack of 2.9 million,
220.
raising to 220k.
Free call. 4 pass.
Flavian will call.
220.
Queen jack offsuit and the hijack. And this is a great spot for Beatrix here. He's being patient. Playing just under 8 big blinds, pocket 10s on the button. You can see there is already 690k in the middle.
5 raise only.
And Straga will surely get out of the way with pocket 4s. But not before posturing. Now back around to Manuel Kurz. 575k to call, but Flavian's call in the hijack is going to look pretty strong here. The thing is, if Manuel decides to fold his fives, Flavian is going to be majorly priced in for the additional value with the amount of money in the pot, and he will be in a coin flip situation. But if Manuel goes over the top here, Flavian can easily get away from his hand. So he decides to just call, and that will get Flavian out of the way. As it stands, it's going to be Kurz with pocket fives, Beatrix with pocket tens. Beatrix in a really, really nice position here to double up and have a stack over 2 million. Kurz going to lose about a third of his stack. He would need to hit a 5. I do think there was a 5 mucked. Therefore, he really only riding on one out. You can see he only has 12%. He does have clubs working for him if there was 4 clubs out there. Maybe backdoor straight draws, but down to 6% with the flop of 8, 7, 3, 2 spades. Turn is the ace of spades. Just one out in the deck. 3% for Kurz. Beatrix set to double up. The river is the king of hearts. Nice hand for Beatrix. Bano Beatrix will double up. Hello, Tall Mountain. Nice to see you back once again. I think you were one of the people that tuned in for that mammoth stream that went on till 10 to 8 in the morning last weekend. Nice to see you back around. Hope you're having a good day, which is now night. You are joining us when I do believe we are only 2 players away from the day ending. But fear not, I will be back tomorrow until we crown a winner of the Spanish Poker Festival. This was a €250 buy-in, generating a prize pool of over €300,000. Staggering numbers yet again. Always non-stop action in the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Oh, many eliminations today. When I started the stream, there was 97 players still remaining. Now 26 remaining, and it's only been about 4 hours later. Just 66 hands. Flavian with pocket nines under the gun +1. He will raise to 250k. Mano Beatrix after that really nice double up with his pocket tens with Queen 8 of spades in the cutoff. Raga getting out of the way. The blinds and antes will be his. average stack 2.7 million. Big blind 100k. You see the chips in front of you. The 100k chips are the white ones. 25k's are the green, and orange are 5k's. You want lots and lots of those white chips. Then of course when they get chipped up coming back tomorrow, you will have 500,000 chips and the 1 million chips. We've had another elimination, 25 remaining now. Stefano April, after doubling up, whacking that ace on the turn against the pocket queens.
8 raise, 220,000.
Will put a raise together of 220k. Manuel, of course, in the big blind, ace, deuce, suited. He can just go all in here if he thinks his opponent is weak. Okay, he's gone for the 3-bet to 600k. The problem is here, if Stefano was to come back over the top, Manuel would be pretty much priced in. So it is a virtual all-in, I do believe. I mean, I don't see how he's folding for 600k more. But it is one of those situations where you're this close to bagging up chips for tomorrow. We will be restarting tomorrow at 2:30 Central European time. Here is the update. Nussnacker now are short stack with 9 big blinds. Easbears are chip leader with 34 big blinds. Traga 26 big blinds. Manuel Kurz 24 big blinds. Mano Beatrix 20 big blinds. Flavian Vargas 16 big blinds, and Stefano April with 11 big blinds. Round to Giesber's on the button with 8-7 offsuit. And Manuel Kurz is decided to call here the small blind with 9-6 of diamonds. That will bring in Flavian for a reduced price of 100k to see a flop with 700k in the middle. We're going three ways here. The two boys heavily blocking each other with the same hand. It is King, Jack, 6, 2 spades. Manuel with the best of it, but he is in the small blind, so it would be very hard for him to continue if Giesbers decides to bet. And I believe he should probably take a small stab at it, but to control the size of the pot, he's going to check, and we will see the turn card, which is the 10 of clubs. River, after they all check again, is the Jack of clubs. Now, boys have to know that 8 high is no good. Manuel is going to have a tough call with his pair of sixes on this board. Manuel deciding to bet 150k into the two boys. Obviously, they can do nothing but fold, but it would be interesting if he checked his pair of sixes again. Would one of them stabbed as a bluff? You check the flop, you check the turn, you know you cannot take it down with 8 high on that river. But maybe when he checks the flop and the turn, he's just decided he's given up on the hand. We have a fellow Irishman in the chat. Hello, Daniel T. How are you, sir? I hope you are well and I hope you enjoyed your race week. I would have liked to met up with you and the boys on Saturday, but I got home here to do the commentary today, because we all know how Saturday nights can end up in Galway. So I took the conservative route. Now Minot Beatrix with King Jack offsuit under the gun will let it go. And look at this, Stefano picking up the pocket rockets, the aces in the hijack, playing a stack of 1.2 million. Will come in for a raise. Will raise to 220k. You've heard it first, ladies and gentlemen. He is the effing best. I do believe that we have reached the end of the day with 24 players remaining and applause breaking out around the room. And having heard that applause, I don't expect Nusnacker to defend his Jack Deuce of Hearts. He is getting good odds. He has to know he can just fold and go through to tomorrow. It looks like he's going to see a flop. This will be our last hand, hand 69. We will see a flop. It is the pocket aces of Stefano, the jack and deuce of hearts of Nussnacker. Thank you for your comments, lads. Much appreciated, and you will see me tomorrow. This guy is over the moon. This flop, not the greatest of flops for pocket aces, but nothing happening for the jack deuce of hearts, and it's not really a problem when you're both playing such a small stack to pot ratio. I wouldn't be surprised to just see Stefano shove here, basically just shoving for pot. Yes, guys, make sure you tune in for more crazy action tomorrow. If today's anything to go by, look how many eliminations we had. It will be slower tomorrow as we play it down with 20 players away from all the players remaining. One through to 4. First, second, third and fourth will all get a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. I look forward to bringing you the conclusion of this tournament tomorrow, and we will crown a champion at the Spanish Poker Festival here live at King's Resort in Rozvadov. Stay tuned and have a good night. For now, I've been Dan Rankin. You've been a great audience.
Thank you.